additional funding is coming through for the armor. We're in the process of trying to move forward with some additional funding is coming in through grants. One is tonnage, one is criminal justice. And then we're looking for additional, we are negotiating or in the process now of having to reevaluate or revisit these insurance policies. And the rest of them are more so internal. But we're moving forward revenue finance when it comes to trying to see what we can do to build additional funding streams being created with some of the funding stream options that we have. My colleague, Counsel, Dunstan, is that everything that you recall?
For revenue finance.
Okay. Thank you. That's it for revenue finance. Thank you.
Real quick, Mr. President, I just wanted to congratulate our city engineer and Director Jerkins. They are working to close out some ongoing projects that we have. You'll be glad to hear this, Councilman, that really we have some money hanging out from some planning and development issues, Boys and Girls Park and the MLK Playground. These projects have been ongoing for a while, and the city engineer and Director Jerkins have taken the initiative to close them out. So one, that we can get the money that we have out there, and two, we can get the project finished for the use of our citizens. And I know that's something that everyone is focused on. Hopefully by next meeting, we'll have a project report exactly where that's at.
Thank you, Councilman.
Yes, Council President. There are 3 items under Administration and Governmental Affairs. The first is to approve the council meeting minutes. The second is a shared services agreement between the City of Atlantic City and the New Jersey Office of Administrative Law. And so it's an agreement give them access to our courtroom 1 day a week, where they're picking up the majority of the cost, other than the incidentals for the building already being open. The third item I'd like to bring people's attention to is it's a resolution with regard to an assembly bill that popped up in the news, at least to my knowledge, as a surprise. And it deals with the issue that we're all very familiar with of the residential drug rehab homes. And the bill itself, took the time to read it, it's setting up a type of credentialing system, which in a lot of respects would be good statewide, but has the potential to undercut some of the good work that this city has done, both from a legislative as well as an administrative standpoint, to set up reasonable regulations so that way neither residents nor the people that need this service get taken advantage of in the process. And so the resolution is urging our Assembly delegation, who are the prime sponsors of this bill, to amend their bill and adopt language that is in line with what the City of Atlantic City did with the help of the state to become the first town to set reasonable regulations on these homes, again, so that way people aren't taken advantage of. So that's a third item there. I feel it's very important that we continue to stay in the lead on this issue and have our voice be heard as a municipality. And I'd also encourage anybody listening to take a look at both the bill and our resolution to see the type of diligence that we're trying to do to not get swept away by powers in Trenton, but to, again, show local leadership on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Kurtz. Ms. Dunstan, Councilman Dunstan, Councilwoman Dunstan.
Committee reports for Health and Human Services. We spoke on enhancing our criminal background check for the city, as far as using the system that the school district uses, so that we can have the carry form as well as the original background check, just so that we'll have extra precaution when we're doing hiring when it comes to people working around children and seniors. So that's something that I did notice that we were not doing. There was also mention about with Director Finch assistance with we've been taking an aggressive approach with the mold and the lead that is being found in the different homes throughout the city. We did notice and receive a lot of complaints, as I mentioned at the last meeting, about in the Marina District in the back Maryland, there is a large amount of mold. So we did have the opportunity with the assistance of Director Finch and Rocco as well as Rodney to listen to the residents who had a lot of concerns regarding these issues. We took down the complaints and are actually working aggressively as to getting things in order when it comes to the mold conditions that's in the Marina District. We will be holding a second town hall meeting coming next month, and that will be advertised to the community so we can get more residents out to discuss the conditions that they're having in their homes as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Dunstan. Public Works, met with Paul Jerkins about the lighting issue. We had people on the boardwalk fixing the lights on the boardwalk. The issue of where the Hilton was, Hilton, Grand, Golden Nugget, whatever you wanna call it, all the lights out were on that block. Director Jerkins got the city-owned lights fixed right away after being reported, and then we found out that the lights, there's freestanding lights on the street. That they're out still because they belong to the owner of the old Hilton. And what was wrong was he pulled the meter on them, claiming he had a very large bill. And I know Director Finch and Director Jerkins are working with the owners of the Hilton to try and get those lights put back on, because it's very dark at that end of the street. I also called and spoke with the director of the CRDA for the lighting in the casino district. They're hiring someone, and as you can see at the walk yesterday and today, they've had people fixing those lights, changing the bulbs out, and they're working with the city now to come up with a plan to possibly hire a third party to nonstop work at night, you know, when the lights are out, you find the most, gonna work at night and fix those lights at night. So they're working with something with the administration, and it'll probably come before us to do a share service agreement with them to keep the lights up and they don't get out. But what I brought to Mr. Jerkins' attention is we did over 4,500 lights 2 years ago. Those lights are under warranty for 7 years. I believe it's a 7-year warranty on those lights. I want to be sure we're not paying contractors to fix these lights when they're under warranty still. As well as this July will be 2 years. 2 years. Ms. PA and City Solicitor, please listen. It's time we file a lawsuit against the Atlantic Electric and their subcontractor that changed out those lights and broke off every protection plate, access panel at the bottom of the light. It's been 1 year and 8 months. Almost every one of them are broken. They just went out there. I watched them do the lights. Being a contractor, I like to time how much time they used on each light, and they were 9 minutes per light. They just went and wrenched off, instead of hitting it with some type of PB blaster or something, so that the screws would come out, and broke every bolt, to where any child, I've been saying this for 1.5 years now, some child is gonna end up reaching in there and just grabbing those wires. It's dangerous. We keep getting lip music from them. Mr. Jerkins has been all over the electric company, and every month they're gonna start. Enough is enough. It's time we threaten lawsuit. It's not fair to the people of Atlantic City. It's not fair to when these contractors come in here. They think they can do what they want and get out. You see the potholes. They're the worst fixed potholes in the county because they think nobody cares. And it's time that we put up a fight and we don't allow this stuff to happen anymore. But that's the reporting on the lights. The lights, as you can see, are being fixed at a rapid pace right now. So let's hope all of them are done by the next meeting. Also, there's some items on new business that I had to take. The vision and dental, the Holocaust monument on the boardwalk is on here. A grant for Main Avenue streetscapes and new concrete, things of that nature up there. This is the second meeting in a row I took a lot of new business. I'm very pro-business and I want everything to move. But it can't continue to have this many things on new business. It's not fair to my colleagues that put a lot of work into their committees and not get to see this stuff. So, speaking with Mr. Long yesterday, I told him I can't continue to do this. It's not fair. Nobody has the time to totally look at this stuff. This meeting, we did it. We had a chance to look at it, but there is a very strong possibility we're going to go to a second meeting. And that second meeting would be very stingy on what goes on that agenda, mostly ordinances. When we do ordinances for planning, Understand, first reading, you have to wait 35 days, then you have second reading. After the second reading, it then goes to the mayor. That's for his review, and then the state has 15 days to do their look at it before it's approved. That's way too long for any business to take place. In the private world, it just doesn't work. So we gotta find a way to speed this process up, review stuff correctly, but still speed it up. A lot of money in soft costs, taxes, water, insurance, things of that nature. And I think the second meeting will help with that, as well as all new business. I don't wanna just say no and hold something up, but I can't continue to keep doing this to my fellow council people at the last minute. I had calls up to 20 minutes before this meeting for new business. And that's when mistakes happen, when you try and help someone and rush it through. So I think this second meeting, new business stuff that just can't get on because it's too much review, we could put it on that meeting. And like I said, it's gonna be a very stingy meeting, strictly business, and try and get it as quick as possible. I know the employees work all day long and then have to come here for this meeting, and I wanna get you in and get you out as fast as possible, but it's very important that the council people, through their committees, get to read this stuff, vet it, and, come up with any possible questions that they may or may not have. Thank you very much.
Council President, if it's okay, I'd like to add a few points of some of the amalgamated meetings that we had earlier, just to inform everybody. I had made mention to the VA about a concern that's arising more about health as far as the building's concerned, and I requested about possibly if there's a way that we can search within these walls to find out if we are in any kind of health risk, because we're learning there's so many people who have suffered cancer or in the process of fighting cancer. So we don't know if it's something that we just not catching it, it's something in some way that we can figure out where, if it comes from the building, if it's something that we could avoid from it continue happening, let's do so. The VA understood in our conversation the importance of it. We have to preserve lives and making sure that the health is extremely important to all of the staff members of the city of Atlantic City and everyone that works here and all the visitors and everyone else that comes and does business. It's extremely important. So I'm really adamant and looking and encouraged that as we move forward, this will be addressed, and if there's anything to be remediated, anything to be handled, it'll do so with full respect of the people who've been here and in honor of all those individuals who unfortunately lost their lives already. So I appreciate that. And then the last thing is still an issue that I spoke just in short, and I spoke with the VA at the time about communications in IT. We're still having some sort of lag in our email server, and there's some emails that apparently take longer than others. So hopefully we can speak about it more. I think I talked to him just in passing and just touched on it, and I spoke with the VA about the concern. And we have to make sure that in this present time that we're all very aware of all information that comes to us, and we receive it within that time that we hope that we can expedite the process so nothing can be held, and it can't look like it's a system that's working against us. So moving forward, we can do that. I look forward and encourage that we can possibly do that. Maybe the director and all of us can sit around at the next meeting, of course, with Council Person Dunstan, and then we can discuss it more and find out if there's a solution that can be had, or it's just a circumstance that we have. It could be anything, the smallest little details I know that IT can impact or impede the service, but whatever we can do to help. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Is there anything else that we may have missed? Anybody need to speak before I move on?
I'd like to say something that about the public work director, Mr. Jarkin. He keep some request. Thank you so much. And I was requesting him to taking care 116 North Texas Ave about the street light, and nobody didn't come and nobody didn't look at that. So I request him to take care this thing. 116 North Texas Avenue in there, and the rest of thing he taking care of it, and I give him thank you. And next month we have a human resource meeting, and council chairman, I will let you know about this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Paul, want to move the meeting, please?
We are now at, we have one resolution for recognition and support, and this is Resolution 86, honoring Mr. Skip Anderson, Miss Audrey Hart, and Atlantic City's Afro-Black Power Group.
So move.
Second.
Move it. Second by Shalaz. Moved by Delgado. Please call the vote.
Delgado,
Yes.
Dunstan,
Yes.
Kurtz,
Yes.
Forshett,
Yes.
Shabazz,
Yes.
Zia,
Yes.
and Tibbet.
Yes.
7 in the affirmative. We have ordinances on, I'm sorry, we're at public comment and agenda items. Stewart Sokol,
Stuart Sokol, 101 Boardwalk. Thank you for your time. 101 Boardwalk is the address to the building where I live. It is also a disaster ready to happen. This year, there has been at least 2 fires and a flood. I had a little fire of my own. Many people may die unnecessarily if conditions do not improve at 101 Boardwalk, a licensed assisted living facility. I am sure there are people who die there now because of the lack of care or attention afforded them. Basic human needs are not provided for, or they are ignored for months. Their business plan is lie, deny, and cover up. The owner's criminal neglect of the laws governing their business and the neglect of our rights as tenants and human beings is beyond my explanation. This is not the America I was told of. People who pay assisted living program deserve to be seen and heard. Those who are not in the program are treated the same. The management is arrogant in the refusals to do what they must. And the assisted living owners should lose their freedom, let alone their license. There is criminal negligence. Please, help fix the situation. Read my emails. Talk to my neighbors and my friends. When I came to the conclusion that there was an imminent danger due to the neglect of our safety and security, I called the police, the fire department, the mayor's office, licenses and inspections, my city councilman, the health department, and the internal affairs department of the police. The conditions at 101 Boardwalk are easily described: gross and criminal negligence, absolute criminal abuse of assisted living residents, and crimes against humanity. Vile is the word that comes to mind. My house needs to be exterminated of the vermin allowing this to happen. I'm not a stupid man. There is complicity here way beyond my skill. I have friends and neighbors here who, if the boot was removed from their neck, would have a good chance of living a good life. Instead, things are made as hard as possible and they're ignored for fixes that would take just minutes and a commitment to getting the place under code. The reason I have heard nothing back from the city except for lies and broken promises is nothing I can explain.
Okay, your time is up. I'm gonna answer this because it's very important. Mr. Finch has been all over this week, all kinds of inspectors from the fire, building, health, everything. Madam BA, if you could please get us a copy of all the reports from Mr. Finch and forward it to LaToya and her committee and the rest of council so we can see what is taking place. The city is working on this. This is,
May I have another minute?
we have a 3-minute time limit, sir.
I'm asking if I may have another minute.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I have heard nothing from the city. Shame on you. I would accept excuses over silence. If people do not die at 101 Boardwalk, there will still be massive problems here. It's appalling about the building and also the city's response to my concerns. There are thousands of voters in there. If you have any questions, you may ask the mayor's office or anybody else I send emails to. There's enough out there. I
Thank you
for your
very
time.
much. Again, Mr. Finch is all over this, with all the different inspectors in town. He'll have our reports. He's given me a very extensive report on what was taking place when I called to see. Excuse me. Sorry about that. But, Mr. Finch and his department's all over this with the help of the fire department inspectors and everything else. And we expect a full report. Give them time to get the reports back from all the men that went out there and looked at this, and if anybody wants to do this, maybe we could get a field visit if Latoya, you handle this type of stuff. Maybe Mr. Finch could have someone take you out there and see it for yourself what they're doing.
Please.
So,
Councilman Dunstan, we can probably extend ourselves a little bit more to one-on-one boardwalk calls and
Yes.
conversation, because I know plenty of times before they felt, just like a lot of people in Venice Park may feel like they're left out of this process,
Okay.
or in Chelsea Heights, you know, we'll do some visits, we'll go to the other spots, because I think, you know, it's just proper.
thank you very much.
Yeah.
Next, Paul.
Scott Thomas.
Councilman, Council President, Councilwoman. Last month, Councilman Delgado mentioned a utility commission. Currently, Verizon offers 3.5 to 7 megabits per second, Comcast 75 to 100. And experts expect a price increase from Comcast this coming. Cell and satellite do not provide enough data. The average household uses 190 gigs a month. Verizon upgrades to Fios or other competition would be very good for the city residents. I think that's something that should be addressed. The city.org website is most likely visited by prospective investors or developers. The site is clunky, unattractive, and does not have adequate links to the city entertainment sites. So little attention is given to this site that over 3 months later, no changes have been made to council or mayor. Councilman Fauntleroy is the only one listed on the site with a current elected term. Some members don't list bios. What kind of messages does this send? The current attack from outside the city is constantly being given ammunition. Even the little details are important. I encourage that this be fixed quickly with positive public relation type bios for everyone on council and for the mayor. Thank you.
Next, Paul. Next,
Steve.
Paul.
Steve Young.
Before I begin, I wanted to ask, how many minutes do we have?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Okay, I thought I could talk as long as I wanted, because I wanted to talk about Black history a little bit.
Amen.
We started back when the Stabilization Act first started. There was a letter sent out to the governor, the mayor, and lieutenant governor, requesting that they talk about some issues that's actually going on like city. So we basically came up with a plan that was put into the implementation plan from the state, because there was no plan at all. That plan mostly came from an agenda, which is a black agenda, that was done by a lot of people in this room right now today. Now it's talking about going to implementation of that plan. It was about having access to government, accountability, whether you're your friend or not, and transparency. In order to do that, if we didn't have our own plan, we know we became somebody else's plan, and that's how you end up on the plantation. And that's how most of this community felt like they was on for years. But if you don't improve it yourself, then you're part of the problem. So we put together a plan dealing with wealth, economics, housing, education, and then we requested to work together with the state, and we met with the lieutenant governor and attorney general to request working together so we can start implementing these things, so we won't have to depend on the government. but we just didn't want them in our way. So we asked to have a resource center, which is a building that the city had owned. Before the first auction list came out, we were requesting, pull it off, talk to the community, let's help build it ourselves. That didn't happen. And I'm gonna tell you why. It only got a minute and a half left. But one thing that's happening, we have to admit this with government, especially government in Atlantic City. We have been, locals, people here, have been governing this city for years. If it looks like it do now, for all these years, then we gotta make a change. We cannot let petty differences continue to be in our way because I'm your friend or I'm your cousin or I owe you something. It's about having the talent and resources to come together to make Atlantic City better. When we were able to put that plan together, we were willing to work with anybody to do that. We've been feeding the less fortunate every week at Renaissance Plaza. Didn't ask for a dime from no one. Networking with other nonprofits and other organizations. It shows you can do things yourself if you work together. Working with the peacekeepers, walking through the community, making it safe, doing those type of things. We can govern ourselves, but we don't work together. We don't come together. We need to put all the differences aside and start working together as a community. Now I want to conclude with this issue about voting no. Again, it's about accountability, y'all. We cannot have our own stuff be in our own way because I'm an elected official, you got to go through me to get a project done. That's been the problem. So when the state said they want to show some responsibility, and the Stabilization Act says they're in control, and they have the veto power, and they're controlling the money, let's hold them accountable to it. If it is a resolution, a referendum that says something, why don't they answer the question? What, if they want to leave, let them leave. Let's get out the way. But let's hold them accountable as we do it. So we're here to say that. We're ready and willing to help with the no issue. But after that, let's keep our eyes on the prize. The prize is the State House as well as the Senate and the Assembly, who made the rules to handcuff us in this apartheid type of situation. That's who did it, the legislators. We cannot look at each other and fight each other for election after the election, and they up there making the rules. We need to force them, by any means we feel necessary, to change the rule so it can fit with us, and that including leaving the dollar here so our taxes can be lowered and we can have some jobs and create things for our own. So I want to thank you. I will get you that agenda because I think the whole community should have that by now. But we will continue to move forward with the things we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Reverend Steve Miller, I believe.
Stafford.
Reverend Steve Mills.
Stafford Miller, I'm sorry, I will get it sometime.
Thank you. But good evening. Good evening. First, I want to our mayor, and also to my councilperson, Dr. Shabazz. I have three comments to make and then a question to ask to Mr. Tippett. A society is measured by how it treats those who are the most vulnerable, the older adults and the children. And this morning we marked upon a wonderful celebration that was given by the mayor and DPW and some more persons for the Valentine celebration. Dr. Shabazz, you were there. And people were treated with such respect. People were we got pictures, we got flowers, we danced, we ate until we couldn't eat anymore. And it just shows how well, and what was also so special, we ran out of servers, so the police officers of this town who worked for us were even the waiters and brought to those who couldn't get up their own little plate of food. And I mean, I've never seen that. And that you know, we're here to say, when something is good, we want to honor that. And thank everyone who had a hand in that. that wonderful event. Second thing is, we have a very special event coming up in 2022, NAACP. That's, it's something that Dr. Shabazz will tell you more about, I'm sure. But also, too, you measure a city by its libraries and its museums. If your library is ineffective, your culture is ineffective. If your museum is not functioning, then you have no history. Well, we have a wonderful, wonderful library. The people here in this library are very pleasant, they're polite, they really work very hard, so I just really want to just acknowledge the work that they're doing. And last but not least, my question, it was in the, if I'm wrong, please correct me, I'm sure you will. It was in the paper I read this week that regarding the desire to change our government, that if this vote does pass, that the DCA can have a word to say in changing it, meaning the New Jersey State Department of Affairs has the final say. Is that correct? From what I read. Now, I didn't read it, I'm sure you all read it too, right? Or someone read it. So,
Do you have any other questions?
no, that was it.
That's the only one? Okay. I was informed yesterday that DCA cannot override this vote. Under the Faulkner Act, it wasn't put in under the Faulkner Act, it was put under the Act of 1923. And I don't know if they have an opinion, but you know what opinions are. Depends on who's given that opinion. But the state is claiming that they cannot interfere with the results of the election March 31st. But that doesn't matter if everybody gets out to vote and votes no and protects your right to self-govern.
No, I'm saying that was posted, so just to get that clear.
I can't explain why the press, you'd have to ask the press writer where he got info. I got mine from the state yesterday.
Stay here?
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, put it back over here. Put it right. He said put it anywhere.
Thank you.
You can take it.
Henry Green?
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I'm here tonight to, just to ask some questions about the civil service process, and I think that a lot of us feel like civil service has been weaponized against its own employees here in the city of Atlantic City. It's been used sort of like, I guess Anthony Barr is using it with the federal government right now. They're using civil service against their own employees in different situations. Instead of some employees going to arbitration and things like that, they want to pick and choose who goes to arbitration and who has to be abide by the civil service law that they set a precedent. Also with the civil service law right now, there has been no establishment. Right here in Jim Johnson's report, they talked about the fact that, I'll read it to you, exactly what it says. Concerns about the integrity of City Hall were pointed and have long historical precedent. Indeed, the Federal Reserve devoted an entire section of its report to criminology of leadership and shady and ethic at the very top. MSRA suspends civil service rules which enable cost-cutting measures to move quickly, not to use it against your employees. But absence of civil service disciplinary protections have left employees question transparency of the system and the fairness of decisions. How are they protected now that there's no civil service? The fact that we never had no system for promotion for an individual to move up in the first place, which I don't know how we ever had that particular situation. I know they have that in the police department and maybe in the fire department, but I know the blue collar don't have no regular scheduled promotions where individuals move up and get raises at all. I don't know any municipality, especially with the type of money that circulate throughout the state. How do our particular employees that live and basically have taxes and pay for everything in Atlantic City don't have no upward mobility in their own city, and they talk about it now, and I'm quite sure that there has been no movement whatsoever or any development whatsoever on that changing. So my question is, have there been any process in changing this report from what the report says, if it has any concern to deal with this at all? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like
There's no
to speak?
response? Have there anything been dealt with that? Are there do anyone look into that? Is that important?
Council President, can I respond?
Yes.
I mean, I can tell you, it's not addressing directly with Jim Johnson, because that would be from a state administrative, and they can speak for themselves, but I know City Council has on 2 separate occasions asserted the point that we have both in our city code, as well as from a resolution from this dais, a preference for residents. And we've made that clear, it is the city law, and I also am aggravated about the fact that that does not appear to be reflected when decisions are made for hiring and promotions. Council passed those measures unanimously, and I'm not alone in this, and other people can speak for themselves, but when we have spoken publicly, we've been in unison that it's a part of our city law for a reason, and that we're passing the resolutions for a reason, and the fact that that is not heard is wrong. You know,
What
that's
about
wrong.
the fact that they use civil service in situations to punish workers that they want to punish? Because they have no rights like that, you know, so that's what arbitration is for. So when we let it go to arbitration, if we're still following the procedures that we're doing normally, and we're doing normal things like we're doing it, just because we don't have civil service, we're still doing normal things. But then you can't pick and choose who you want to let go through the fair process of arbitration, and then who you want to say, oh, no, we don't have civil service, we don't want to deal with that, so we just want to get rid of that case and go through that procedure and do whatever we want to do, how we want to proceed with that. Does anyone look over those type of things? Do anyone care? You know how many people, I was working in concrete, and how many of these guys that they use workers' comp to terminate and fire these guys in that division, and some of these guys that are not even getting the proper treatment that they need to have, and they don't even have a job no more, and these people did these things to them, and no one cares, no one stood up, no one said nothing. Who cares about these things? Some people, I know it's your job, I know how they hate around here, I know how you scared for your own personal things, but somebody gotta stand up. When are we gonna get somebody to stand up? Somebody to have integrity, somebody to care about somebody's life. Thank you.
If I could, Mr. President. I think we hear you.
Councilman Shabazz, we're gonna let him sit down and,
The first.
yeah, because we're not gonna go back and,
No.
can you sit down and I'll answer your questions? Thank you, Mr. Green.
Good word, good word, good word.
Go ahead, Councilman Shabazz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we all agree with Councilman Kurtz with regard to our concern about how people are treated in Bellarmine City first. But Mr. Green, I think we are sort of constrained because some of the issues that you bring up may come before this council to vote on, and we cannot make a comment about issues that are personal issues, personnel issues. So I think that's why, I'm not speaking for my colleagues, everybody can obviously speak for themselves, but we have to be circumspect as to how we speak about cases that may be litigated in the future, or cases that the administration may be going through steps with regard to disciplining, with regard to things that people might feel that are unfair or unjust. I think everybody on this council is united against people being mistreated or being unfairly treated. But with regard to specific cases, or cases that might come up in the future that we might have to vote on, we can't make comments or statements in that regard.
I understand.
Council President? Okay.
Go ahead, Councilman Donald.
No, I was just gonna say, I think the majority of us here, if not all of us, are pro-union. The recent activities that happened at a national level by PROACT is one of those things that we have to support continuously. To give the people who work in the body that they do a voice. A voice is extremely important to have, to feel accounted for. Unfortunately, the state manipulators, elected officials, have created this whole window called the Municipal Stability and Recovery Act. I don't know who's trying to make these stable, which communities outside Lang City, and what are they trying to recover? Their investments at the long term? I don't know what that is. But what is happening is, unfortunately, it's disabled the union's a voice. Some of us, we have individuals who are union members, and we still act as unions and what have you, and there's still questions to be had as far as union, but you don't have the same authority, because someone always has something like, well, MISRA says this, and MISRA says that. We have so many unanswered questions about MISRA, that what has happened is that it perpetuated misery within the city. All the intent, all the intentions that are said are so false It's frustrating how many lies continuously go on. And this is not to denigrate the good work that has been done by so many individuals from the state side all the way down. You have a lot of good people trying to do the best they can for the city. But when it comes to the city itself, we are at battle, at odds with everyone and everything, it seems, because everyone thinks that they have a noble intention. Trust me, says this person. I have your best interest in hand, says that person. Don't you think I would do this, says this person? Then you find out later on that they're getting paid off, and they find out later on there's a campaign that they're part of. There's always this and that, there's always this and that. One of the biggest issues as identified before is that we're not unified as a city. We've been fighting, I know myself, ever since I've been on the dais, I've been fighting for public works, because these are people like myself, coming from harder-end areas. We weren't ever privileged with a silver spoon in our mouths. We don't know what it is to be privileged. We've always had to work against all odds to have what little we had. We've never had a hookup. There's no such thing as a hookup in the community I come from. I don't know about anyone else, but when we're talking about fighting for people, and there's some people talk about this way and that way, it's Public Works that's been fighting forever working. When the storm comes up, Public Works was there. What was I doing? Celebrating and honoring Public Works. What do we do? Step up away from the politics and give you some accreditation, showing some love, some flowers. To say thank you to Public Works for constantly even doing. If you're not picking up the trash, you're cleaning up somebody's mess. I don't know about you, but I'm disgusted that we're always throwing dirt at the people who are working hard for our community. And because we're not unified as a body, there's nobody making noise about it. And then we're pointing fingers at one another. You're not doing this. You're not doing that. You're not doing this. Council's not doing this. Mayor's not doing that. I'm sorry, but the body has the power. Every one of you have the power to come out and unify as a voice, to come out and unify in a vote, to be powerful. But if we stop lying and stop having these hidden agendas and stop negotiating and stop acting like we're the leaders of the people when you're only leading yourself into the bank, maybe we'll get somewhere. Maybe we'll get somewhere. We're probably in one of the most vitriolic fights that we've ever faced. Because this mass doesn't live here. This campaign doesn't care about the residents. They only care about the economy that they're going to get to take back to their communities. Amen. They're not worrying about your children or my child in the schools. They're only worrying about the contracts that they're able to get for their people out of town. They want to talk about the shenanigans that we do in city council, but we've been monitored since 2009, if not longer. And every time we've been monitored, the state of New Jersey says, good job. You did a great job. Only recently, oh, they're not capable of making tough decisions. And we find out those only tough decisions were people getting payoff jobs. I'm tired of our money coming from our city coffers and giving someone a hookup who was related to someone upstate or Trenton or someone else associated to this campaign, and they come here to get paid and then they leave. When we got people who've been working 30, 40 years, don't get a raise. People who've been working hard continuously, doing the stuff that we don't want to do, but they don't get the fair shot to go to the doctors or something, or they get written up, or fearful that something's going to come back at them. Our system is messed up internally. Internally. We can point fingers at the boogeyman all we want to, because he's real. He's lurking in the background looking for our weaknesses. And the weakest thing that we have right now is the fact that we're not united. The fact that we don't speak up for our damn selves. Everyone wants to sing Kumbaya, but don't understand where the framework of that song comes from. We scream equality, but not equity. Some of us don't know what that means. We want to talk about righteous work. We want to talk about what I do and what you do in the community. Come on, our community still needs work. If you spent time doing the work, you wouldn't have no time to talk about the work. And it's not somebody else, because this is the Superman complex that we have too. We're always waiting for someone else to fly in to solve our problems. And every time someone flies in, is to take from us what we have. It's like I heard earlier today, we can no longer rely on people that we elect at the state level to do anything for us, because we've been proven they haven't. We have to do it here in the city of Atlantic City. We've got to do it. Our elected bodies, our leaders. We don't have the power like you do in the community. The small organizations, the mom and pop connections, the small bodega, the store here and there. You have the power. But if you think it doesn't trickle onto you, then you have been swayed into this whole nonsense and the chaos as well. The discussion about who's running for mayor, who gives a damn who's running for mayor? March 31st is the battle. It's the battle. Every day from now on, there is a challenge. In every battle, there's small little wars that we need to take place. Pick a war and fight it. Not picking a war to fight each other, looking at our weaknesses, seeing who they can negotiate while everything is weak so we can fall apart and you can get yours. We know what Bob McDevitt wants to do. Bob McDevitt's been doing it since he's got into the office. We know what they want to do because they don't care about our community. We know a lot of these shoobies, you know, for lack of better terms, that come in from out of town that want to just live off the high life of what the city has offered them or what they thought was. Never had they thought that maybe they have to clean up their own trash. Maybe they should sweep up in front of their own homes. Maybe the parking that's available is the only thing that we have. Should be nothing privileged to them just because they came from out of town to buy a home here. Thank you for moving here, neighbor. Can you pick up a broom? Help up with me. Let's clean it up together. There's a lot of failed truths that we do not face. We are too fearful to actually talk the real talk. We're too concerned of exposing our weaknesses, exposing how frail and weak and how hurting we have become. When every effort that we think we have, or some people is pushing, has a dollar sign behind it. We got so many people that are quick, fast to grab a microphone and sit in front of a camera to say, this is how I look. I look real good. Where did you look good doing in the community? What have you done? Nothing. And we have champions in our community that get no love, no credit whatsoever. They don't look for the credit. They're just doing what they do because that's how they're built. That's where the strength lies. That's where the strength lies. Now, as here, as elected officials, we are somewhat in a position to make decisions. But as long as we've got this gray cloud over us to tell us, oh, we shouldn't do this and we can't do that, it's really disturbing because we've been doing the people's business all along. And having individuals, the numbers that we have, shows that there's checks and balances. We have legal bodies to prove that we're doing things properly. We submit all our things from multiple eyes to prove that we've done things properly. We've proven it. The only thing that falls in the cracks and crevices are the things that are mandated or sent down from the state. Because it just doesn't work, but they tell us it's got to work. You must work it. It's got to happen. We have lots of people that work in public works that do everything, and they get the smallest amount of income. And got to be exerting their energies like crazy to do the things that we don't want to do. But we look at them and laugh at them and joke around, and some of us privileged, you know, want to be somebody's, and we look at them like, they're just trash collectors. Yeah. They're the most honorable individuals on the planet, if you ask me, because they're willing to do a job that's necessary. And with very little in return, they do it proudly. And all they ask in return is a fair wage, and if they get hurt, they want to see a doctor. If that ain't American, I don't know what is.
Thank you, Councilman.
I'm sorry, Council President. I took over everything. Forgive me, everybody.
Is there anybody else in the audience that wasn't on the list that'd like to speak? Mr. Whitehead, up to the mic.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
Everybody.
Hey.
And all your honors. First, before I say anything, can I see a show of hands for everybody that is vote no on 31st, all the council members? Everybody that's against the referendum, could you hold your hand up, please? Mr. Kurtz, are you against the referendum? Hold your hand up.
We asked for solicitor.
Okay, allowed to.
Well, this is what I'm gonna do. Everybody, we know you against it.
I'll stand up.
Okay, you stand up. Okay, what we're gonna do, thank you to the Calloway family, we have some wonderful stickers. I'm gonna give each one of you this, you can put it on, and we're gonna get a picture with you guys with the stickers on, right? Mr. Kurtz, we want you to put on 2 of them. Okay. Don't forget my shirt. Now, on, you talking about unity, Vibe 609, well, the mayor has been doing a great job every week hosting some meetings for the community. But on the 3rd, Vibe 609 is gonna host a community town hall at the Soldiers Home, and we'd like to see every one of the city council members who we haven't seen at the other meeting at this Vote No meeting, okay? We even have something to eat. So you come there, and when you come in, the admission to come in is you gotta show us your voter registration card. If you don't have a voter registration card, you can sign up for registration right there, and then you can come in and get something to eat. We're gonna have something good. But all we wanna say is that this is the most important issue in America right now, maintaining the right to vote in Atlantic City. It is not about us, it's about when our children, or when Marty's small son and daughter wants to run for mayor one day, they're gonna look up and say, Mom and Dad, everybody didn't vote against this thing, now I can't be mayor. So this is about the children and exclusive club and the children in Atlantic City having a future. And everybody gotta come out and vote, but because this guy named Bob McDevitt, he ain't a good person. He bullies the people over at Local 54. They threaten them. They take their jobs away from them. There needs to be an investigation from the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the Department of Labor into what's going on in Local 54, because it ain't right, okay? And the fact that the casinos are spending money on this illegal, unethical effort to take the vote away from the people of Atlantic City is appalling and it's an abomination. I want to thank the Calloway family for giving us some guidance and some leadership on other ways we can kill this thing. But we got to show up on the 9th at court. We got to show up at this event the Vibe is putting together on the 3rd. And we got to show up and show off on the 31st for everybody to vote. And I'm glad that all of you got your buttons on, because I want everybody in here to get a picture of these council members with these buttons on. And I know the mayor's putting on about 3 of them. But this is the image we got to lead with. Unity, like Mo said, everybody come over to the town hall meeting on the 3rd. God bless you, God love you, and God bless America.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I have more stickers for everybody, okay?
Okay, anybody else in the public that wishes to speak?
Okay.
Hello, Brenda.
Hello. Good evening, Council, Mayor.
Please state your name for the record.
Oh, my name is Gwendolyn Lewis, 1502 Penrose Avenue. This evening, I'd like to make a comment about a situation with 2 board members for the MUA, 2 females, where 2 Muslim females were denied access to the board. They were given disparate treatment. They were asked to do something that none other, for the history of this city, has been asked to sit on the board, any board, to provide documentation, background checks, or whatever. And I understand that the state has agreed to this discriminatory act. They've allowed some people to remain on the board that were removed because their time had expired. I understand that also someone told the state, these young ladies, excuse me, I've had surgery on my voice, so it's a little crazy. But these young ladies were not good people. And I'm wondering where it came from. You know, that's not a criteria to exclude anybody. Actually, it's discriminatory. And I want to know what the state's going to do about it. And I want to know tonight if these ladies are going to be allowed to be on that board. It's not fair. It's unjust, and it's not fair. We need to take action, or I'm sure, since we're here to watch over the fiscal billion of this city, you're going to get a lawsuit, and it's not going to be just the state, it's going to be the city. Because from what I can see, it's very discriminatory what you're doing. And I'm going to make sure those 2 ladies know where to go after this meeting, if we don't get some answers. Thank you.
Is there anybody anybody else in the public that hasn't had a chance to speak?
I didn't get any answers.
Ms. B.A., do we have any answers?
I have no.
Ms. Holmes, do we have any answers?
The Lieutenant Governor is still reviewing it. That's all I know.
What did you say?
The Lieutenant Governor is still reviewing it.
But Council Chairman, may I have one question? How did the state or some other government who knew that these two women are not good? What is the criteria to find
Yeah,
out
that's what I want.
they are not good or they are not fit for this position? It is passed from the council meeting. So to follow the rules and the regulation, if you believe the mayor, if you respect the council chairman or council member, so it has to be respected, you know?
Your question is,
How did they?
why are they saying that?
They are not good people.
With this, Ms. Holmes, if you would, take the mic, please. Sit down before you bring up, I'm sorry.
Good evening, Council President, Mr. Mayor, Madam BA, and all council. And to answer your question, ma'am, the Lieutenant Governor is reviewing it. I was in a meeting with her and nobody said anything about anyone being not good people. So I'm not sure where that came from, but that was
I know
not,
where it came from.
but that was not presented to Lieutenant Governor in the meeting that I was at. So I'm just telling you that, and it's still under review. I'm sorry, ma'am.
They missed that comment because I know where it came from.
But I'm saying that it was not brought to Lieutenant Governor or to me that the two candidates were no good. So that's not coming from anywhere that was presented to the Lieutenant Governor. So the matter is still under review, and once I find out from the Lieutenant Governor, I will inform the VA and everyone here. Thank you, ma'am.
Council President, I think it's a real chaotic situation that we're in. Virtually dangerous situation that we're in. Because we have two women of color that were selected after the body that we have in front of us vetted and agreed unanimously to approve their appointment to a board that's supposed to be made of people who represent the city. The only requirement is they live in a lane city. The second one is being able to communicate, I guess, in English, or the best way possible. And that's not even a written requirement. So for the optics of it, after a selection was made, these two ladies being selected, it's very deceiving. And it's very harmful because the communities they represent outside of being Muslim one is the Southeast Asian and the other is an African American. These two ladies didn't deserve to be ostracized and to be put on in question the way they were. These two ladies represent communities, or two communities have been disenfranchised historically. And for a body of government under Phil Murphy to suggest that he is very supportive, as he said before, of diversity, and coming from the Madam Lieutenant Governor, Sheila Oliver, as the head of DCA, as a person who's also said she's about diversity, it caught us in a big surprise. And it was a disappointment because it was done when it was done. If it was done prior to the selection, then we understand it's a protocol that we can adjust to and we can move forward. But it was done immediately after that. So it shows as a reflection of the people. And then from whatever discussions were had to lead to that, subsequently, too many eyebrows were raised, too many red flags are suggested. So we need this answer. We need an answer to be made, and we need to understand how to move forward. Because ultimately, to usurp us as the body who's always do this is to suggest that you're going to continuously use the same misra to usurp every action that's more of an importance to you, when in fact it's very important to us. And instead of automatically assuming we're going to have an opposition, Allow us to continue doing like we've had for over a decade. Since the beginning, we've selected people since the beginning. And now in this point, in this impasse, we still should be selecting our people. It is our water. It is something we have to hold and protect continuously from any prying eyes and any salivating businesses coming out there thinking that the water's gonna be easy for us to sell. It is not for sale. Our people, the righteousness of the people itself should be protected. The voting process should be protected. We're in a democracy, not an oligarchy. We're not in a dictatorship for someone else to decide someone's livelihood in this situation. We're we're disappointed and we're somewhat disgusted that these two ladies have been put on a scope the way they have. Their lives been questioned, their histories have been questioned like no one else has been. And it's disturbing. Myself as a man, I find it highly appalling that it's being done to a woman or women. I'm even more appalled that it's done to women of color during a time of disenfranchisement. And I'm I'm somewhat angered that it's happening during a time that we know there's a lot of backdoor deals being made. And if that's not a question, something took place earlier today that suggests there could be some backdoor deals that need to be answered when the executive director makes a claim on record that something has to be questioned. Something needs to be looked at. That's right. Answers need to be had. But right now, what those ladies deserve is an apology. Their communities deserve an apology. And we need some esprit de corps, to use that term from the past, to say that we're together, we're trying to do the best for the city, from the state's aim. And if we move forward, we totally understand moving forward, we can do, if it's a resume is necessary, give us the requirement, give us the way the parameters are, and we can try to work within those parameters. However, if it's not done in a democratic fashion, you're gonna find some opposition to it. If it's not done in a righteous to be inclusive to all people, you're gonna find some opposition to it. And if it looks like it's being directive or created in a way that it takes the power out of the people, you're gonna find opposition to it. So please, if you relay this message, please do so, because my understanding is already in the newspapers right now, claiming that wonderful woman right there is claiming racism. When we know it's racism, it's racial, it's bigotry against someone's religion. There's a lot of things, overtones that can happen. So if it's untrue, it's time for you to correct it. If it is untrue, then correct it. And we'll sing hands. I'll sing the first chorus of Kumbaya with you.
Amen. And if it's true,
and if it's true, correct it. And then at least let us know.
Mr. President, if I may, go ahead.
I ask that it be, for the record, it be corrected immediately. What's happening to these women is the same thing that happened to me when I took this seat here on council. Yep. And it's not gonna be tolerated. Me as a woman, minority, I will not tolerate it. And if I have to pick between choosing to sit up here or stand behind my community as those women, I'll stand with those women any day. Because we cannot allow no one to take our voice. It was passed unanimously through this council. It has never been questioned before. And it needs to be fixed and corrected now. Those women need to be sworn in. I don't think a resume is going to be able to determine them sitting on the MUA. So again, the ones that sit there now didn't have to turn in a resume, and I don't know when a new law or legislature passed that says that they have to now. It needs to be corrected, and I'm gonna ask that if that is going to be the policy, that every board that this council appoints, everyone needs to submit a resume immediately if this is what we're gonna do to those women.
wow. Amen.
Well said.
Let me say that I think that this is a conversation I wish we didn't have to have. It's unfortunate that this is a public conversation at this time. I know Sheila Oliver over 30 years, and if the last line of defense for the rectification of this injustice is Sheila Oliver, I am sure that she will do the right thing. I don't know how it came about. that these two ladies were given disparate treatment. I've heard things. I'm not even gonna comment on that, because at this point, it doesn't really make a difference how it came about. We're at a point now, how do we correct it? And how do we make sure that it doesn't happen again? I think everybody knows the history of appointments in Atlantic City. All of it's public record, so we know what the process has been. So that's not the issue. The issue is how do we correct this? And I believe that, again, if Lieutenant Governor Sheila Oliver is the line of defense, that this will be corrected. And I hope that we can move on. This is something that makes us all look less than sensitive in 2020 to have people get mistreated because of their religion or their gender or their preference or their race or anything, especially here in Atlantic City, especially when now that we are saying that we want people to unite across the board and vote no against a form of government. This is what people are going to use to say, look, they're taking, the people who are in charge are taking and discriminating against the old people, which is a terrible thing to happen. As my colleague said, it was a unanimous vote. We all said that these women should be seated, and they should be seated. And I will say this, again, for the third time, then I'll stop. If Lieutenant Governor Sheila Oliver is the last line of defense against this injustice, it will be corrected. I firmly believe that. I have, as again, in conclusion, I would hope that if there's going to be a suggestion from the state as to how we do appointments, that it be written, that it goes to the council president so he can disseminate it to the council, that it's going to be clear, that it's going to be fair, that it's going to be objective. And I don't think anybody can say that if there's an objective public policy protocol that comes from the state, that we won't look at it and follow it. But it can't be something that is done just indiscriminately against certain people. We cannot do that. That's just impossible to sustain. We cannot have one policy for some people and another policy for other people. That's impossible. We can't have that. There's no way that we can have it. And I said it, I stopped, and I'm gonna say it again for the fourth time. If the last line of defense is Lieutenant Governor Sheila Oliver, I am sure that she will correct this wrong. That's my statement for the record, that Sheila Oliver will correct this wrong. And going forward, Commissioner, I hope that we can get that, so there's no discrepancy. There's gonna be other appointments, and people will be looking, and we need to have, if that's the recommendation, if that's the policy recommendation, let us get it in writing, let us look at it, and digest it and go forward.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Zia?
I have a two meeting with BA and with her about the ladies holding two ladies. Seems to me discrimination and disrespect to the South Asian community. I hope I will get the answer soon in next few days. I like to say like that. I proud to say I am American Muslim, and these two MUA, they are Afro-American and Muslim communities. So as a Muslim, this is Brother Kalim Shabab, she said that this is look like a discrimination, and the council members, we are choosing them for the MUA. As a Muslim, I will not tolerate this kind of discrimination. I will let you know, Council Chairman, to know everybody that will not be tolerated. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Holmes, as you can see, this is starting to tear this community apart. And to echo what my colleague said, this has never, ever been done. We appointed other people to other boards that are just as important as the MUA at the same meeting, and there was no questions. This needs to be resolved. This needs to be resolved immediately. Let me give you an example. Every year, one board member comes off. You have right now 4 experienced board members. Every one of them that got on that board knew nothing about water when they got on that board. They learn their first year, and now they teach the new guy that comes, the new person that comes in. One of those persons will go on to the full-time board, and they will work with the other 4. And I'm sure, more than sure, they will be fine within a couple meetings when they get their, the jitterbugs out. It's, you just read your package, you know what it is. Instead of it being $60, it may be $6,000. The numbers all work themselves out. It's not that hard. All it takes is a good person that cares about what they're doing to do that job. Let's be real here. This city's 48 blocks long. We know what's going on here. We know who drove where. We know who complained about who. It doesn't take long to get out in this city. Nobody can keep quiet. It needs to be resolved because it's starting to tear this community apart, especially when, it's a growing community of the South Asians get their first representation. You have an African-American female of Muslim descent participating. Again, this has to be resolved immediately. You have to come up with procedures and policy on how, if we're moving forward for every board, not just the MUA, every board. Thank God, when I was 23 years old, coming out of my apprenticeship school, I had old man Mr. Sykes owning the largest construction company in Atlantic County, doing every casino in town. That man took me right out of apprenticeship school. I knew nothing about running a business, but that 76-year-old man taught me that business inside and out to where I eventually ran over 150 men. Every casino in this town I did. The convention hall barrel roof, $45 million job. The amount of people that I employed, and when that old man died and his company closed, I learned enough to open my own business. But if he didn't give me a chance to teach me, I knew nothing. But I had a strong back and a good working ability to want to work and to thrive. These people deserve the same opportunity that I was given. It's not that big a deal. Put them on that damn board now. It's time that they go on that board and get that chance. Please, Ms. Holmes, do your best to get this resolved as quick as possible before it divides this city any more. Thank you. Is there anybody else?
There's somebody in the back.
In the back, okay. I'm sorry, they were waiting. Can we let them speak? I'm sorry.
Good evening, I won't be long. Good evening, Councilman, Mayor, Yvonne Allman, and Donna Woodall, David Allman. There's been some very, very important issues that I've listened to while I've been sitting here. I know for a fact that if my mother were here, Barbara Woodall, she would be in the trenches fighting with you, for you, housing, the condition of the housing, jobs, the fair treatment of jobs, the political atmosphere that we're in right now, taking over the form of government. She would be fighting with you right now. I just want to say that I want to ask, how and when can we name a street after my mother, Barbara Woodall? She loved this city. She fought for all citizens, the youth, the seniors, some of you who are sitting here and back there as well. So I just wanted to know if there is any way, with whatever you can do, could you please, in memory and honor of my mother, Barbara Woodall, who was very instrumental in this city and in politics, to name a street after her.
Good evening, Council. I'm just going to be brief. Councilman Delgado, you spoke so eloquently about people serving the city and doing what they can. She was a pillar of this community. She loved the community. All we're asking just for consideration. Whatever you can do. I mean, if you can't, you can't, but we would really appreciate it because it means a lot to her family. And if she, like I said, if she was right here today, she would be fighting tooth and nail right along with me. So this is someone who, God bless you. This is someone who, like I said, loved this city and would do anything in the world for this city. And she was just like I say, a pillar in this community. So we're asking you in our humbleness, just to consider something for her, whatever you can do. We thank you for your time and the opportunity to come up here to speak to you.
Right. Next month.
Councilman Shabazz.
Next month.
Okay.
Next month.
Yeah, Councilman Shabazz, we told Councilman Kurtz, along with Sister Grace's, we do have a procedure on the books. We want to start following that procedure. Let's get it started, and along with Sister Grace's, and every person, every citizen of Atlantic City is, worthy of having a street named after them, but we have to go through, take it through the process that you put together, Councilman Shabazz, and we'll get it in consideration for the next council meeting.
Thank you. That's all I ask. God bless.
Council President, I'd just like to add that, be assured that it will happen. We'll move forward, and we'll try to do what we can do to help you streamline this process so it's not arduous. In addition to, maybe if there's a chance of fixing the road in front of the house, it may be a better presentation to be able to do that, because that's probably one of maybe 10, 15 streets that are horribly filled with all kinds of holes. So just out of respect for Ms. Woodall, she was my neighbor, she was my elder, she was basically part of the family. So I'm 100,000% forward. Let's move forward. Let's honor her still in passing. I've had the chance to honor her in the living. Now let's continue to honor her in the living.
Just ask for reconsideration.
I think it's natural for us.
We'll move forward.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good evening. How come I talk without it, huh? Hi, everyone. Can you hear? Hello? No, I don't need it? Okay. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Mimi Nambo, and I am the chairperson for the Atlantic City Census Count Committee. And I just want to personally invite each and every one of you to please join us for a community census meeting on Thursday, February 27th, from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. We will have a census person that is certified that will be teaching us the importance of the census. We encourage everyone to please come. In 2010, 33% of the Atlantic City population failed to complete the census form, and we lost a lot of money. And I'm asking you to please, we are asking you to please come to this meeting on February 27th. If you cannot come to this meeting, please keep in mind that on the second week of March, you will be receiving a census form by mail. Please complete that census form and make a difference. May God bless each and every one of you, and may God bless the city of Atlantic City. I have some flyers, and I hope to see you on the 27th. Thank you.
Where should I have a flyer?
Yes.
Council.
Yeah, it's gonna be here. I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't say it. I'm sorry. Yes, it is gonna be here on the second floor, and we'll pass the flyer. Okay. Thank you guys so much. Please try to be here. And if not, just complete the census form. Vote no on March 31st, and God bless everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Council President, I'd just like to add some more data. Based on the census itself, it says 98% of blacks and 94% of Hispanic in the city of Atlantic City were not identified as far as that census is concerned. That is a number that should be weighing on you heavy. 98% of blacks, 94% of Hispanics in the total population of the city of Atlantic City were not counted. So if we were not counted, we were left behind. So make sure you are not left behind. We continue our push and campaign to have your voice out there heard. Fill out that census, and on March 31st, you know what to do. Vote no.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience?
Should I march?
I don't need a mic. I don't need a mic. Good evening, President Council. My name is Craig Calloway. 500 Wabash Avenue, Atlantic City. Okay. I was very angry. And I'm still very angry, so I'm going to try to temper my word. And try to keep my composure in the extreme. There's a couple things. One is that Council President, you said that you got information from the state that the governor does not have the authority to stop this illegitimate takeover or attempted takeover. Well, let me say this. The people in the state of New Jersey are vicious liars. And we should never take their word, because when they speak, they lie. So, the Misery Act that was imposed on us, they took away a lot of rights from the city of Atlantic City and its residents, and it's done. So, they were able to do that. And we know also that with the stroke of a pen, because this is an executive state, the governor has a lot of power and authority. So if the governor says he can't do it, then, again, as I said, the state of New Jersey isn't a liar, because that's just boundaries and that's an entity. But those who run it, starting at the titular head, starting with the governor, he's a damn liar. Now, if you're going to implement changes with regard to what is the criteria and the qualifications to sit on a board, we left out something real big in this. Because not only should it be done across the board in the city of Atlantic City, DCA is over every municipality in the state of New Jersey. So what is done in Atlantic City should include every municipality in the state of New Jersey. Because they want to single out Atlantic City because they think we're a bunch of fools. And we don't have intelligence. And we don't have integrity. And they are extremely disrespectful. And Governor Phil Murphy, as I said, he's a vicious liar.
Yes, he is.
And he's a vicious racist.
He is.
And I take what Kaleem Shabazz said, if Sheila Oliver is the last line of defense, no, Sheila Oliver should have been the first line of defense. It should have never happened. Never happened. And it happened under the watch, under an African American woman who let vile racism, discrimination take place for these two Muslim women. And I'm going to tell you where it came from, what this is all about. It's about contracts. Okay? That's the underlying reason why it happened. Because Mr. Jacobs, Joe Jacobs, who hangs his law license on people who get contracts with the MUA. And there was concern that the board was going to change and he was going to lose his spot at the trough. So he called on his people to exclude and to racially profile. And that we know very well racial profiling history in the state of New Jersey. And these women were pulled over, not because they had a broken tail light, but because they had a hijab on to show that they was Muslim. And where it started, it came from the mayor, who went to Rob Long and told him they were not good women, they weren't a good fit, which means he was looking to protect Joe Jacobs' interests in the city of Atlantic City. That's where it came from. That's where it started. And this is the truth, and those who know it, they know that it is the truth. And shame on Sheila Oliver for not stopping it from its inception. No one gets a pass to discriminate and harm people in the city of Atlantic City, in the state of New Jersey, in the United States of America, and in this world. There's got to be people to stand up and say, enough is enough.
That's right.
And there's only one thing worse than racism and discrimination in not only in the city of Atlantic City and the state of New Jersey, United States, is when African Americans are the perpetrators of this. When they perpetrate this on other minorities than African Americans. Because they think they have arrived and they think they are elite. There's no elite people. We're all just human beings. And someone's intelligence or integrity shouldn't be measured by because they have on a hijab, or because of their last name, or because they worked at Dunkin' Donuts. That doesn't mean that this person doesn't have any intelligence. Because their language, their English may be broken, doesn't mean that their intelligence is broken. These are very intelligent people. And we are intelligent. You are insulting our intelligence by telling us that the lieutenant governor she hasn't made her decision. Damn her decision, and damn Phil Murphy, and damn Sheila Oliver.
Is there anybody else in the public that needs to speak? Seeing none, move the agenda forward.
We have ordinances on second final reading. Ordinance number 2 is an ordinance regulating short-term rentals in the city of Atlantic City.
Can I get a motion? Moved by Dunstan, second by Mushed. Any conversation?
Yes, Council President, I found it unique that the state of New Jersey had an event at Stockton College today to talk in regards of this same topic, at the same time that we're having the discussion here. I find it unique that that took place. However, my understanding is from people that may have had, Mr. Finch, I think we had someone that went down there that got some information. That we, right, exactly, that's what I meant. So, my take of it, from what I've heard, is that we've had some helpful information that we've probably gathered so we can move forward in some of the things that we're doing. But again, it's a lack of information. There's a break of information. There's something of such great importance that was being perpetrated by the state of New Jersey for the benefit of its residents here. Why not come to City Hall, where we've also had the same fight in hand to try to protect the residents of Atlantic City? So I just wanted to make a point. We can move forward.
Any other conversation? Paula, could you add Mrs. Dunstan as a, Councilwoman Dunstan as a co-sponsor on that, please, and then call the vote?
Delgado?
Yes.
Dunstan?
Yes.
Kurtz?
Yes.
Morshed?
Yes.
Shabazz?
Yes.
Zia?
Yes.
And Tibbet.
Yes.
7 in the affirmative. Ordinance 3 is an ordinance designating the area of 4309 Ventnor Avenue as a commercial loading zone.
Can I get a motion, please? Moved by Dunstan, second by Mushed. Any discussion? Call the vote, please.
Delgado?
Yes.
Dunstan? Kurtz?
Yes.
Morshed?
Yes.
Shabazz?
Yes.
Zia?
Yes.
And Tibbet.
Yes.
7 in the affirmative. Ordinance 4 is an ordinance amending Chapter 57, and this is regarding job titles within city government, specifically Revenue and Finance, Comptroller Division.
Move it.
Yeah, can I get a motion? Moved by Shabazz,
Second.
second by Kurtz. Any discussion?
This is, again, Ms. Toro, this is basically just to create the department, right?
Yes.
So we talked about, want to be certain.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Delgado?
Yes.
Dunstan?
Yes.
Kurtz?
Yes.
Morshed?
Yes.
Shabazz?
Yes.
Zia?
Yes.
And Tibbet.
Yes.
7 in the affirmative. Ordinance 5 is amending Chapter 57 of the Code, which regulates job titles within city government, and this is in the Special Events and Community and Economic Development Division.
Can I get a motion, please? Moved by Shabazz, second by Mushed. Any discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Delgado?
Yes.
Dunstan?
Yes.
Kurtz?
Yes.
Morshed?
Yes.
Shabazz?
Yes.
Zia?
Yes.
And Tibbet.
Yes.
6 in the affirmative. Oh, no, Zia. I'm sorry, I missed Zia.
Yes.
I'm sorry, 7 in the affirmative. Ordinance 6 is an ordinance amending Chapter 57 of the Code of the City of Atlantic City, and this is the Department of Human Services.
Can I get a motion? Motion by Shabazz,
Second.
second by Kurtz. Any discussion?
Council President, I don't recall the discussion we had. Do we have this discussion?
Yeah, at the previous, at the last meeting, yes. It's written on 3 divisions, just within human resources, doesn't add anything.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, please call the vote.
Delgado?
Yes.
Dunstan?
Yes.
Kurtz?
Yes.
Morshed?
Yes.
Shabazz?
Yes.
Zia?
Yes.
And Tibbet?
Yes.
7 in the affirmative. Okay, we now have ordinances on first reading.
Mr. President, can we lump all those, ordinances together in first reading?
We have a motion to lump them all together with resolutions. Let's leave new business off and handle new business separate.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
Can I get a motion by Shabazz, can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Moshe.
Also, Paul, can I be a